stuff. Let me pop out that chat. Man, 700 Reddit upvotes, 690 technically, on those photos I shared. That's awesome. I'm really proud of that. Okay, so hold on. Someone quoted or someone commented on that post, and I'll share it with you real quick. And yeah, I can share it with YouTube as well. We're just getting started still, so yeah, taking our time, letting people show up. One of the comments on there is, "These smoke cheese." To which I replied, "Thanks? I think I'm too old to get that slang." I'm guessing that means like cheese the weed, because I have smoked cheese before. It's delicious. But yeah, like, dude, Zoomers these days, I don't know what that phrase means. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea, Ivan. No, and I'm talking about cheese like the weed strain. It's quite good. Okay. So yeah, anyway. Let me finish getting set up. We're launched on YouTube. Yeah, let's just switch over and get to some work. Oh, there you go, Ophi. Oh, and you know what? Yeah, we're at about the point where this album slows down. Uh, hmm. Oh, here it is. So yeah, Ophi, you mentioned it's okay if I play this, right? So let me just grab it, and we'll give it a shot. And please, everyone, be nice. Does it have singing on it? It'll be fine, whatever. No vocals, perfect. Yes, this is one of Ophi's songs. Ooh, it already reminds me of Mega Drive, right? The crunchiness. We're going to play some Mega Drive after this, actually. Okay, less Mega Drive with that instrument. Starts to remind me more of like Escape from New York. I'd say the intro is a bit long. Oh yeah, Mega Drive's really good. I feel like you never dropped us with the hook. So this part. Yeah. I don't know. And sorry, you're probably not looking for the critique. Oh, okay. So it had to match like a vibe from a video or something. Okay. I could see that. Okay. Yeah, this part's sick. Oh, this part's really good. I'd almost picture this part as being like the bridge, like slowed down from like a faster song. Ooh, this part's good. I really like this. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And what's up, Saranok? How you doing? We're currently listening to one of Ophi's songs before we get into the work. And our plans for today are always in the today command. So I'm just waiting for this last part. It's going to punch up, right? think the drums need the most work. Like, you should double up the kick, not like double like everywhere, but like every once in a while, like, right? For this part, like if you're trying to add some of that inflection and stuff. Maybe not there. Hold on. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's some stuff you could do with the drums there. But very cool stuff, man. Yeah. Let me find some Mega Drive. I think, yeah, just like some more like fills. I think would be really nice. All right, so hold on. Let me pop open a bunch of this stuff. I love how he labels all of them with the word single if they're a single. Not all of them, but most of them. Nah, see, no, he fucks up. Never mind. Okay, so yeah, let's give one of these single songs a try. No, that doesn't speak to like the sound. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one I was thinking of with learn some new stuff. Yeah, for sure. This is the one that like I was specifically thinking of, like with the sound clips that you used and some of that stuff. One of my favorite things is trying to guess every single movie that gets quoted in this song. Yeah, dude, it's crunchy. I feel like that 138 in progress was RoboCop. We know this one, Blade Runner. RoboCop. I'm doing well, Sickly. How you doing? I do. I started out as a bassist, and I'm a better bassist than I am a guitarist, but I do finger picking on the acoustic. Yeah. I think this is from Mad Max. If someone wanted to redeem a guitar playing, I could do one today. Johnny Mnemonic. Escape from New York. Escape from New York. I just love guessing all these clips. There's like one or two I don't know. Blade Runner. And this is one of those quotes that infuriates me. How old am I? He knows the year he was born. Right there. Boom. He knows when he was born. How can't he calculate how old he is? Maybe that's just part of their programming, that they're not able to do that kind of math. Right? Like the line should have been, how long will I live for? Instead of how old am I? Because I could see them not knowing what their lifespan is. That part makes a lot of sense to me. Right? Because that's dictated by like the generation of replicant. But yeah, anyway, let's get to some work. We want to finish sending the magic link email. And then I think we want to pivot to doing some Slack stuff. Feel like that one was Blade Runner 2, but I could be wrong on that. And then, yeah, we got a few more songs on this album, and then we can switch to another one that has way more cuts on it. But, yeah, Ophi. Mega Drive's good, right? You can always run the song command. All right, let's just double check. Email verification code. Those are the only things that we are passing into this. Yeah. Cool. So the place we want to send it, right? Here we're doing the data stuff. It's in auth controller. We do the login. We send the magic link. But hold on, this is saying that we don't have those. So it's Magic Link and Data Magic Link. What did I name it? Magic Link and Data Magic Link. Huh. Let me stop and restart the server, just to be sure. There you go, one plane. Full of retro pinball sounds? Ooh, that sounds cool, Bavlov. Bavlov? Yeah, I like that. I'll have to listen to it. Yeah, thank you for the lurk. Oh. Messijo. It's not mailer.templates, it's just mailer templates. Yeah. That one's gonna get me. And honestly, hold on, wait. I should have seen it right there. Yep. All right. Yeah, now no squiggles. We'll verify that the email actually gets out there. All right. So that email box is empty. I wonder if Gorilla Mail's back up. It is. It's fine. Mailinator does the trick. Dude, see what I'm saying though? Like, man. Mega Drive is super good. No, not at all. Um, Mailinator is just a temporary email address. Wait, does logout not work? Interesting. Well, let's go make logout work. Yes, ACM, it's just a temporary email address. You use it for things that you maybe want to sign up for that you don't necessarily want to have going to your email all the time. A lot of services actually recognize Gorilla and Mailinator and actually refuse to use it. But it's also just really nice for like local, like for testing your email delivery without having to like pollute your own email. Like it's something I can show on stream without leaking any of the other stuff in my email. Yeah, logout doesn't do anything. Well, that'll change. Yeah, it's really good for just testing. Gorilla Mail, Mailinator. There's a bunch of them out there. I pretty much only use them for testing for stuff that I want to use here on stream. Okay, so here's the thing. We do have the access token. So keywords, notifications, those probably don't need to get removed. And yeah, what's up, Kenny? How you doing? You're a fan of Mailhog. Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can use to solve these problems, for sure. Okay, so we have the store. We'll just call the store. I think it's easier that way. Selected org will leave. So it's really just user access token, refresh token. Now this might be one of the songs I'm not a fan of, and we might switch up the album. I can't remember. Yeah, this one's a little too crunchy. We'll give a couple other songs a try, though, just to be sure. Yeah, I think just clearing the user and the tokens is enough. All right, so we have a proper logout command now. Hey, there we go. So then continue with email. Messijo testing. Oop. At. Ooh, did all that without looking. Okay, cool. Works for me. And you know what? Yes, email and magic link. Yeah, we need the verification code. Let me just do this. We're going to change the template just slightly. All right, like showing the verification code doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, okay, cool. We'll rebuild those templates and we'll call it good. Ooh, you know what? Okay, so it is a link. Perfect. I was worried that I didn't do the link part. The reply to this email part. I don't know about that one. But okay. So, okay. So then, and yeah. So let's get another album going, one that's a little bit better. Um, Pretty sure there's some really good ones on this album, but we may have to skip a few for being a little too crunchy. Hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Doing a bit of a side project for work. Nice. All right, so the feat is get the magic link and team invite flows working fully. Is it really part of a feature? I think so. Why wouldn't it be? If you're talking about fix versus feat as like the prefix, it depends on how largely scoped the feature is. There are parts of a feature that are features in and of themselves, right? Adding new routes, things like that. Could I have been more descriptive? Yeah. This is a solo person project. I just need enough for me to understand what I did, and then that gives me the context to then go read the commit. As far as the fix versus feat stuff, feat is anything that could theoretically bump the minor version, right? So in general, if you consider patch versions versus minor versions, that is the difference between fix and feat. And yes, what we did if we were versioning the web application, which is weird, but if we were versioning the web app, it would definitely be a minor version bump. It's not a backwards breaking change, so it wouldn't be a major version bump, but it's definitely not a patch version. No, there's an API. It's incredibly simple. It's just a WebSocket. I don't have that open right now, but I'll show it to you. I think it's actually really cool. Wait, what do you mean by that? Now, for web apps, a version doesn't matter. Well, let me put it this way. Semantic versioning doesn't make sense for web apps. No, semantic versioning doesn't make sense for web apps, right? The version for a web app is more likely to be some weird other kind of thing, right? Like you're going to have like the date you deployed as part of the version more likely in a web app than you would for properly versioned software. For a REST API, then yes, versioning your REST API is important, especially for backwards breaking changes, etc. If it's a public API, especially. But yeah, for a web application, you should be shipping so often that that version number doesn't matter that much, right? It's just static assets. Now, having at least some kind of version somewhere hidden, like in the footer or whatever, is valuable to at least understand if you are getting the most up-to-date version from the CDN. Things like that. Yeah, so I can see it, but like, you wouldn't be caring about Semver, right? Like major, minor, and patch versions for a web application. It doesn't make any sense. No, and I get that, but in that case, just a commit hash of the latest commit is fine. GHSI, like, I think you're still arguing a point I'm not making. I'm talking about semantic versioning. That is weird. A commit hash? Sure. No problem. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is you wouldn't be using your commit messages to dictate how you bump a web application's version. That would be weird. There's no point. Now, you could do it for generating change logs for management. That's useful. But in general, when you're doing the conventional commits of fix versus feat, sure, it's extra context for a human to read it, but it's actually even more context for programmatic things, such as generating change logs and all that bullshit. Yeah, you just want to make sure that your pipelines, your CDN is getting things out to people as quick as possible. When a user reports a bug, it's some data that you can ship with that bug report. Things like that. With so many juniors that don't do good, consistent messages, you can actually enforce conventional commits. So I would say, if you want to level yourself up at your org to be more of like a leadership, like staff/principal type role, introducing things like this that make everyone more productive is a really easy way to do that. So conventional commits, right? It dovetails with Semver, sure. It's got feat, fix, breaking change, all that stuff. Angular has a bunch of their conventions, but there's also tooling around conventional commits. And I'm trying to remember the name of it. Commitizin. So then you could even add this to your pipelines, and you could run this and fail a build if the commits aren't right. Realistically, you'd probably want to run this check as like a pre-push, right? Like a pre-push hook, but there's still value. Create commit message with Copilot. It works, but sometimes you want like a structure to generate a changelog or something. So yeah, Commitizin is like the CLI tool to do this. I might be thinking of a different tool that actually is like the CI tool. But all of these kind of live within like the conventional commit ecosystem. So if you want to go down a rabbit hole, you can check it out. Yeah, conventional changelog is one of the tools to generate the changelog for you automatically. Like there's so many like cool automations once you start using a structure for your commit messages that ends up being like, I don't know, really cool. I was first so I used to be an Angular dev for ages. And like they showed on conventional commit here, right? A lot of this stuff was inspired by the Angular conventions, which are very similar as well. So like the scope and some of that stuff. So as an Angular dev, if I ever looked at like the source code for it or checked on, the GitHub repo, I was already exposed to it that way. So I've been doing conventional commits for a long time. But in general, just because I stream, I get exposed to a lot of cool new ideas that I never heard about just by chatting. Right? I get corrected on things that I've been wrong about for so long that I didn't realize, like the whole char versus varchar thing. I'd still love to see some benchmarks, but it's probably a micro benchmark concern anyway, so it shouldn't matter. So yeah, I'm going to be reverting back to varchar. But yeah, just having these conversations, being in, just in proximity with other devs, that's how you level up. So find meetups in your area, if there are any. Hang out in chats and talk technically. Like, there's a lot of value there. How long have I been a dev? A while. I don't think it matters. We all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck at it, right? So the amount of time doesn't matter compared to like the effort you put in during that time. I've met snowboarders who went pro after only 3 years of riding. It happens. I understand, Domino. I don't like that question. I don't like answering that question. If you really are curious, you can find my LinkedIn. It's on there. But I just don't think there's value. No, here's the thing, Fenarino. I make great background noise while you're working. Right? Like really like exercise the Pomodoro technique where you focus, do 20 minutes, and then you come over here to chat. Or you can just be listening, and if something interests you, you hop over. This is a co-working stream, but you get to actually see stuff. Whereas most of the other like co-working streams, it's just them and you can't see what's happening on their screen. Git hooks. Yeah, Git hooks are good, but brainless. The one problem with them is that they don't ship with your code, right? Like they're not a part of your repo. You need a process for managing them that is in source control. Git hooks are fundamentally not part of source control, which makes it trickier to like ship them to the rest of your team. So then if you're in like Node.js, there's Husky, right? And there's a bunch of other tools like it for other languages. So depending on your ecosystem, you may decide what to do. But here you would define your Husky.js config, and that would allow you to ship your Git hooks. Like when you do an npm install, there's like a post install process that then copies the stuff where it needs to be. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, depending on the language you're in, there are other tools. I don't know if there's an Elixir one though. So there's one for Rust projects. Husky Elixir? Okay. 6 years ago though. It's a finished product, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. In general, don't make your Git hooks too heavy. That's where a lot of people end up complaining. You know, if I do a Git push and it takes 5 minutes for like the end-to-end tests to run, then you're getting in the way of people, right? Especially if you do it on like a pre-commit. You know, running your entire test suite for every commit is a bad idea. Pre-push depends on how bottlenecked your CI/CD pipelines are. So yeah, just wanted to share that. And technically, a lot of Elixir projects ship with a package JSON anyway. So yeah, you could just enforce that everyone does the npm install, and then bam, you've got your Husky hooks. Yeah. Overdoing it on a pre-commit is a really bad idea. It should be on pre-push. That team doesn't trust their developers. And here's the worst part, right? You can actually just do no verify and skip that shit. So then once you start doing that, you lose a lot of value. If you're even doing anything that encourages a developer to skip it in one case, they're going to always skip it. So that's where a lot of like loud people, Theo, Prime, a lot of those people are very loudly against pre-commit hooks. I think pre-push is actually not a bad idea, though. Yeah, exactly. I think pre-push has value. How much you do in a pre-push, that's a different thing. Pre-commit's a lot tougher. I could see doing like somehow commit as in checking your commit message on a pre-commit. I could see that being valuable. But it just depends on how long it takes to run. In general, I think pre-push is the right hook to use. And hey, what's up, Messijo? All right, so we just pushed up a bunch of changes. You're just chilling? We are too. We're hanging out, having a good old day. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that would have value, Brainless. Yeah, like that might be something worth sharing, like organization-wide, etc. Like, yeah, there's definitely value in that kind of stuff. Like it has to run in like less than a second or less than a few seconds on pre-commit. Oh, and yeah, shit. I forgot. The person that was asking about connecting to Blue Sky. I'm sorry. Uh, yeah, sorry, Fenarino. See, like you're learning too. But yeah, you can code along. Right here in this fiddling file, This is all the code it takes to listen to every message on Blue Sky. That's it. And this isn't even like every like posting. It's every comment. It's every like. Like, it's huge. It's every follow. It's just a WebSocket. Yeah, this is the Jetstream. Technically, there's something called the Firehose, which is also just a WebSocket, but the Jetstream has a little more metadata, and it's already parsed into JSON for you, whereas the ATProto Firehose is using, like, I believe, a binary formatting. Dorama Sands is better than that, Vikrant. So yeah, right? It's that simple. Boom. If we were to run that, uh, oh, there's a package JSON there? That was weird. All right, so then bam, fiddle. Every single message, just the fire hose. Right? Every like, every repost. Just that easy. So yeah, pretty cool. And there you go. Thanks, Messijo. That is what Messijo is doing. Oh, yep, there you go. All right, so we need to start considering Slack. All right, I got to do some two-step over here, and then I got to do two-step there. Okay, so then apps. They just doxed me. One sec. Okay. All right. So I don't think that was necessary. It's just to validate the message. And since we'll be creating a whole new application anyway when we actually go live, this is just a good test. So it seems to me signing secret is more important. So this is just something we'd use to validate that the message is correct. So yeah, I'm not worried about leaking that. You have 16 gigs. It's not enough. You want to upgrade to 32. Your motherboard has 2 RAM slots. Should you buy a new motherboard with 4 RAM slots or 2 16 gig RAMs? 2 16 gig RAMs is fine. Like, technically they're DIMMs, but yeah, whatever. It's all up to your budget. In general, if you're considering a motherboard upgrade, you're probably going to need to consider power supply, GPU, like all that other bullshit. Right? It's probably a bad idea to upgrade motherboard and not CPU at the same time. You know, like depending on how old your motherboard is. Right? So you're looking at easily $1,000. Yeah, I mean, I would max out what you can do in those 2 DIMMs first. Because, yeah, if you could do two 32 gig DIMMs and get 64 gigs, that would probably last you long enough to where you can justify buying a whole new machine, right? Because right now, you may not be reaching the limit of your CPU, of your GPU, of your power supply, any of that stuff. So there's no reason to do a full upgrade. But eventually, you will want to do a full upgrade. And yeah, the more RAM, the better. So yeah, max it out. So look in your motherboard's guide and see what the maximum per DIMM actually is. You may not be able to do 32 in each slot. Yeah, the value for money wouldn't be great just upgrading a motherboard. You'd need to upgrade GPU, CPU, power supply. Like, you'd need a whole new computer at the point where justifying like a motherboard upgrade makes sense, in my opinion. All right, so I'm not sure how we add this Slack app. What we end up needing is more documentation. Yep. Yeah. Like, you got to be very particular about your motherboard and what RAM you should be buying. Like, not all RAM is compatible and all that stuff. So, yeah, you need your motherboard's like documentation or guide, and you can usually find that on the manufacturer's website if you lost the booklet. But that'll have your maximum size per DIMM, and it'll also have like the maximum like rate or speed that your motherboard supports. I don't know if now is the best time to buy a whole new PC. Like, that's really up to you. Like, are you limited only by RAM or are you limited by everything? That's only a decision you can make. And budget has more of a concern there too. And what's up, Rocco? We're currently looking into Slack, like application development. So for Messijo, we need to be able to send messages to email, which we've wired up. But now we need to be able to send messages to Slack, and eventually we'll consider Discord and some other things. But Slack is like part of the MVP. Yeah, so in that case, Fenarino, I would definitely recommend just doing a RAM upgrade right now. Elixir with Bailey's? Wait, what? You're working on a very similar application to what I'm building? Makes sense. You think Slack is the easiest to integrate? Nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, we're just looking at this Hello World sample application that they've made. We're not going to do all of this junk, but we are going to read through and look at kind of what they're doing. But yeah, like eventually Slack, Teams, Discord, like I want to support as many of those channels as possible. All right, so reading through it, we don't want to do a trigger. Yeah. Music without lyrics is easier to concentrate to, for sure. The bobbing of my head? Nah, man, can't do it. This music's just too good. Oh, so you didn't see what I'm doing. Your thing is to have a marketing platform and also integrate with e-commerce and stuff. Yeah, so Roko, my project is this one. Right? Just like sharks have to keep swimming, right? To like feed their gills, I have to keep bobbing my head the same way. My gills are behind my ear. Like Waterworld. Yeah, so very similar. Like it's got a marketing like focus to it, but yeah, just a slightly different thing. So we're listening to Blue Sky right now. We'll eventually do Lobsters, Hacker News, Reddit. The Reddit will be way after MVP, but I think like technically Lobsters and Hacker News will be after as well. Lobsters, we're going to try and maybe submit a PR so that they're actually posting to the ATProto, and then it's just another WebSocket listener for them, which would be awesome. It's not something we can focus on yet. And then eventually, maybe if we figure out how to do that, we might try and convince Hacker News to do so too. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, you're also using Phoenix? Nice. And yeah, Opie, this album's good, right? Yeah. So I think Mega Drive just got a new fan. And yeah, those are some cool emotes. Yeah, I mean, if you're curious, that's the list to like all the stuff I own on Bandcamp. I don't actually own Mega Drive on there yet, though. I kind of want to buy the vinyl just for how good this album is. I wonder if that other album has a vinyl. No, it's just the album. I think it's better. We actually have a link from a prominent artist where he talks about how much money he made from like 100 people versus like 10,000. So like Bandcamp compared to Spotify. And yeah, like, dude, artists can't make money on Spotify. It's good for discovery, but yeah, you're not going to be able to eat unless you go massive. Whereas like a few people buying your Bandcamp is really supportive. And the nice part is like some of the artists then have like limited edition LPs, like, you know, like limited edition vinyl that you can buy, which is kind of cool. So yeah, like, I don't know, owning something like that becomes a little more of like, I want to support the artist type stuff. All right, so we don't care about deploying. You mean to actually play the music? Most of them don't care, but I probably wouldn't be able to publish it. Like if I were doing it on YouTube, like YouTube doesn't get my music. YouTube would be giving me all sorts of copy strike warnings, right? Not like copy strikes, but they would be muting parts of the video, they would be demonetizing those videos, etc. So no, you don't technically own the creative license. Most of the artists don't actually care. YouTube is just extra strict. But that's why I only support like indie artists. Yeah, it's like flipped. It used to be that artists didn't make money going on the road. It was just a way for them to sell merchandise and CDs. Right? It was like more of a popularity thing. But, you know, now artists don't make much from the recordings and they make more money from like actually touring. So yeah, it's kind of crazy how that's flipped. Like it's still about selling merchandise at the show. That's where their big money is. But yeah, like bands actually make money from touring like once you hit a certain level. We do have a channel over in Discord if you want to share it there. And if we like it, then we could play it on stream at some point. Yeah, there's a music channel in there. All right, so here's the big thing. I don't necessarily I don't necessarily want to do it all through their CLI. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking I'm going to do. I just wanted to like double check and see some of these other things, but yeah, I think just raw API is better. I just don't want to use the CLI because we're not in JavaScript. And I doubt they have an Elixir CLI. So yeah, we end up needing a bot token. Okay, so I need at least the chat right OAuth scope. I think I just need that one, right? Yeah. So I think that's it. So I'm curious, why do you think I would need chat read? If I want to get metrics? I don't think I need metrics for that. Maybe not yet. Like from inside Slack, yeah, having like a trigger or something where they could mark the message as read and it calls our API to do so, that would be interesting. Yeah, it's just an announcement. Yep. Yeah, all we're doing is just sending a notification. We don't necessarily care about the analytics of it. Yeah, we finished Magic Links. Yep. Yeah, I think like allowing someone to mark it as read from inside of Slack sounds nice, but I think it's post MVP. We need to prove out the idea and see if users actually ask for that before we just go start building it. But I consider, Slack part of MVP, Discord and Microsoft Teams are post MVP. Yeah, no worries, Sophie. Yeah, exactly. So, yep. And what's up, Badman? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I guess one big thing is what API are we going to need, or what scopes are we going to need to know that a user has actually set up the app? Because we're going to need that configuration in our web app. It's called Synthwave. Rainy days are there for a week, so temperature dropping. Yeah, it's like nice and overcast and awesome here in Washington right now. Oh, buddy, it's hoodie weather now, and it's just so nice. Monday's going to be a little warm, and then we're just rainy again. Dude, these ads are insane. Then, yeah, July heats up a little bit. Yeah, I'm expecting it to get warm as July kicks in. It's hot in Berlin. Yeah, it's pretty reasonable here right now. All right, well, let's do this. I bet they're going to leak some keys. So, yeah, we'll have to delete that eventually. It's not showing the whole thing, at least. So let me just throw this in somewhere. All right, so this is export. Yeah, exactly, Nathan. Any tips for destructuring from nested objects? I mean, there's Lodash. Lodash's get function. All right, so Slack bot token. Yep, so they didn't leak the whole thing at least. Let me go back up to basic info and grab the client ID. Let me get another Elm going first real quick. I refresh, those are hidden again. I don't know if I needed app ID. Actually, let me just add that one just to be sure. Okay, so I can show this again.
Swing, swing.
Vikrant, what do you mean by that? Play something I made, like music-wise? Maybe eventually. I don't make synthwave, so it's a totally different vibe. All right, so I don't want to do event listening. Um, in general, building anything inside of someone else's ecosystem gives them a chance to recognize that you're popular and make the app themselves. There's all sorts of horror stories about people doing that for Shopify. Shopify killed my product. Yep. Yeah, WordPress does the same thing. WordPress does it even more shady. Yeah, exactly. Yep. WP Engine owns advanced custom fields, and WordPress decided to take their plugin listing from like the plugin marketplace. Like really shady. Yeah, Matt Mullenweg, just the worst. Just the worst. Yeah. So yeah, it's a thing that happens. But look at it this way. If you can keep building other things, then if they kill one product, well, at least you made the money you made while you had it, right? This got to 600,000 euros per month recurring revenue and then got killed. With a business that big, you should be killing it. Like, this dude should be set for life. I forget how many people he had working for him. right? 6,000 customers. Huge, right? So then, yeah, scaling the team. I hired a customer support rep. So no JS knowledge, so no onboarding. Blah, blah, blah. Right? 4 people at the company. So now here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people. At 10 people, that's like 100K per month in spend, right? Averaged out between developers and cheaper staff. That's 100K per month. When you're making 600, dude, you're on cloud 9. Because your operating expenses should be really low. So then, yeah, TOS app, checkout apps were forbidden. And yeah. So, yep. I think he misunderstood that not every business lasts forever. And he should have been building other products in that time. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting article. Right? They looked at fundraising and a bunch of that stuff. I don't know. Right? He always saw it as a limited time window opportunity. So, dude. So, yeah, this is why he didn't do fundraising, because he wanted to be able to cash out and leave anytime he wanted. Which is smart. So Shopify didn't even offer to buy them, right? That's rough. Suing Shopify, terrible idea. Yep. So yeah, take your profit and move on. I think there's a bit of a warning here, but when you're building in someone else's ecosystem, just recognize that they can always take what you built and build it themselves and cut you out. That's how it works with Apple. That's how it works with everything. There were flashlight apps for, iOS devices before Apple decided to just build it into the operating system. Those entire products are dead now. But what they can do, like that's the whole point of having these marketplaces, is they can let other people figure out what features users want. And then when it's popular enough, they can offer that feature themselves. I really think we need to do something similar at GitKraken. I really think we need a plugin marketplace. Right? Like we spend so much time building features that we don't know if they're going to be successful or not. Yeah, exactly. But okay, so yeah, I do think it was an interesting question, and you can make money. Just remember that you could get killed too. So the idea is make your money while you can and always have other irons in the fire. Oh, interesting. So I need to create a webhook. Yep. Okay. Um, I'd say I try to stream at least 6 hours a day, and I do that 5 days a week. Tomorrow will be a day off. Wednesdays are my days off. So Wednesdays and Sundays, I take to do like heavy work days. All right, so the user would click that in my app to give it permission. I feel like those webhook URLs should be kept secret. So how would Messijo, how would they know what webhook URL to send a message to? So it's like when the user does the install flow, we get redirected back and maybe get something on that redirect page. Hmm. And I guess let's just double check. It looks like in new channel. Yep, Messijo testing. Hello world. Yeah, exactly. There, Vikrant and Fenarino. So, as an example, you need to set up webhooks when dealing with Stripe because the act of sending sending a Stripe payment, right, or accepting a payment through Stripe, you take in the credit card details through their API, and then it takes them some time to actually process the payment. So you don't want to let the user, or you don't want to make the user sit there and wait for that, right? For that entire process as like an HTTP request, because that's a long time to keep those connections open. So instead, you just send a request to Stripe. Stripe does their work behind the scenes, but like when they get it, they just respond immediately. And then from there, when they're done, they send a message back to your webhook with the context of which payment succeeded and all that stuff. And that's where you update your database and your backend. It's just a way of exposing an endpoint for other people to send events to you. So as an example, for Messijo, right, when we create notifications, if we were to create a new one, right now it's just email and SMS. We'll have Slack in there eventually, and that's where we're going to have to do the OAuth flow and some of that junk. We'll also have maybe like webhook as an option, and that's where you just simply set up a URL that we send the message to as a finely formatted JSON payload, and you do something with that payload on your own end. We don't care where it goes or how it gets used. We're just sending the message to somewhere. So in general, that's one way to allow people to access your data. Now, less like a queue. Like a queue is one way to do it. Yeah. Like a queue can be implemented using WebSockets. Yes. You can push all these things to be generated, and then as they're worked through, you send a message back to your API via the webhook to let you know which PDF got generated. But that's just one use case. In this case, it's not a queue at all. I just simply send them a message the moment it happens, but it's a way for them to decide what to do with the data I send them, rather than them having to set up, like connect to my public API and query things. It's a way for me to just push the messages to them. So it's the difference between push and pull. Right? Very similar to a WebSocket. WebSockets allow something else to push to you, whereas if you're making a REST API to something, you're pulling that data, and you have to decide how often you pull. Now, this is not public, sorry. The library, though, is just Neo-Brutalism, and we had the creator of it actually in here yesterday, which is kind of cool. So yeah, if you just want to get to the design, like, yeah, go for it. I'm just using a shadcn wrapper called Neo-Brutalism. But yeah, no, this project is not open. Because it's nice. shadcn is less of the components and more like the framework around it. So if you just saw that, where I went, hold on, to Neo-Brutalism, and we saw that there was this chart.json, shadcn, it basically just created this process for making a component library that you pull down and you have as part of your repo that you can modify as you see fit, less as like a framework where you have less ability to modify. So Domino, it's more about like building design systems rather than depending upon third-party libraries as much. Think of it more as like a boilerplate scaffolder. It's going to be rare that you're going to update a ShadCN component, you know? Instead, you're going to modify it as you see fit. So yeah, just think of ShadCN as more, you know, a framework for building design systems, right? It has the CLI tool, it has like the JSON manifest and a bunch of those things, but the theming and like the actual contents of the components and all that stuff, that's left up to implementers of ShadCN, which ShadCN is like the canonical implementer as well, but there's actually a difference between the generating and like the overhead that goes with pulling down boilerplate. The boilerplate versus the thing that works with the boilerplate. It comes out of the frustration of people dealing with things like Angular material, where it's like, yeah, you need a feature, but it's already compiled and you have no way of modifying that directly unless you want to like either fork Angular material or do some like hacky prototype modification stuff. I've done both. The fork is brittle because you got to keep it up to date, and they will sometimes diverge from the modifications you've made. So then you got merge conflicts. The prototype is way lighter weight, where you're not worrying about pulling things down, but it means that eventually things could break over time. Yeah, Radix has a lot of bugs. There's a lot of people pushing back on Radix being like the standard now, and they're pushing on like React Aria or Aria Kit. Just because there's a lot of stuff that isn't being maintained nearly as much on like by WorkOS, the people that own it. So there's actually a push to move away from Radix. ShadCN could change all that. Like, it could just do a wrapper around React Aria if it wanted. Like, again, ShadCN is more than just the boilerplate. Base UI, that's another one. Yeah, exactly, right? So there's all sorts of things that they could build upon that are headless component solutions that then they, you know, add their own boilerplate for. But ShadCN itself is more about the manager of that boilerplate. It depends, Messijo. Like, I don't know. There is no consensus. In general, you could build your own, and it wouldn't be a problem. Right? Here we see dependencies, recharts, Lucide React. If we were to look at button, we see it's Radix UI and slot. Like, a bunch of these things could be just modified, and ShadCN, NeoBrutalism, they don't care. Yeah. The whole point is that this part is customizable. You can do whatever you want with it. ShadCN implemented the original version of this, but ShadCN is greater than just this. It's about the management of this. And I don't think we'll see anything replace ShadCN's usage of that for a long time. It's all fine. We don't want to get into any like X versus Y bullshit here. So wait, what is block kit? I mean, Fenarino. Could you tell this was Shad CN based? No. It's about the amount of effort someone wants to put in to making it not obvious. And it was the same problem with Bootstrap. Right? Is it obvious that this is Bootstrap? Besides the word Bootstrap? I don't think so. So it's about lazy devs more so than the tool that they're using. I know, right? It's awesome. This is the power of CSS, right? You can still have the same primitives, but the style of it is not cookie cutter. It's that devs are too lazy to do something non-cookie cutter. No, and I understand that, Fenarino. I just think it misses some points. I can be a lazy dev and just use this, right? Frameworks exist, but you'd never guess that this was Bootstrap, right? Same thing with neo-brutalism. I'm still being a lazy dev by using neo-brutalism, but it doesn't look like every other Shad CN site. There's always an edge case to that. And lazy takes many forms. There are lazy devs who are too lazy to implement some automation, and they'll just go through the same steps every day, making their stuff take way longer, rather than being smart lazy devs. Right? Like, lazy takes many forms. It isn't, though, Vikrant. Right? Like, I don't think it was that much effort for this person to build this. It's just CSS. Okay, so if you're familiar with neo-brutalism, you might know it's Shad CN. But there are other neo-brutalism frameworks that aren't Shad CN, and they still look basically the same. So I would say that's not necessarily obvious. All right, so I don't think I need to worry too much about this stuff. So Vikrant, at least a week. I mean, that's really not that big a deal. You'd spend at least a week doing it for any design system. Design systems don't get spun up overnight. I understand Fenarino, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't consider what the fly-by-night indie hackers do to be the right way to do anything. There are some really good indie hackers, and there are some charlatans like Mark Liu. In my opinion, too many people look up to the Mark Liu version of Indie Hacker. All right, so I don't think we need Block Kit. Yeah, I consider Peter Level's a good one, for sure. Doesn't mean he's always good with his takes. You know, sometimes he just makes statements just to rile people up. Like back when he used a single file for his entire remote OK repository. That's a terrible idea. Most people know that. He's really good at building controversy for things that don't actually matter that much, or for things that, you know, he could change in a week and it'd be fine. Keep in mind, I'm biased. He used to watch this stream fairly frequently. You know, couldn't say friends. I've never met him in person, but we are friendly. Let me put it that way. If he drank, I'd happily have a beer with him. I think he smokes weed. He could probably smoke me under the table these days because my tolerance is really low at this point. So wait, what is Bolt? Yeah, so I don't care about any of that. Oh, I remember seeing these logos though. So yeah, we're just doing a bunch of research on how to connect up to Slack stuff. Is what a new library. Now we're adding Slack integration to Messijo. This line reads like it was written by a pirate. App manifests be created and managed by visiting your apps, selecting the app and navigating the features app manifest. It's just this part, right? Be created. Yar. Exactly. Bozo. Yeah, it does look like something from the 90s. Technically, it looks like something from the 80s. Yeah, so I don't know if we need to worry about this part. All right, so we'll have to do the OAuth flow. Okay, so yeah, like unlisted distribution is what we would probably end up doing. We're going to need to do this part. I don't know. Do you have any specific question? I don't like vague questions like that. Like, thoughts questions are not helpful. All right, it's too vague, it's too open-ended. So if you have a specific question, then go for it. Here, Pete, 1 second. I got to pee. Oh, and I missed a follow. I'm sorry about that. I missed 2 of them. And hey, Space Case, you hit your 20 stream streak too. So yeah, the follows I missed. Serenok, thank you. Hyzor and Noah's Raptor. I'm just picturing a bunch of velociraptors on Noah's Ark right now. Yeah, I think those are fine. Fenarino, right? Don't treat them as absolute truth. You still need a human in the loop. And then, yeah, I don't know. All right, so yeah, unlisted distribution is what we end up wanting there. So I don't care about Slack Marketplace. I don't care about interactivity, messaging. Let's look at the auth. So installing with OAuth. Oh, interesting. They got this like interactive application here, which is kind of cool. You want to start streaming? Go for it. I do think It's better if you have a camera, have a decent microphone. As far as a camera, you don't have to have the best one. There's plenty of videos from like Harris Heller and a bunch of people about how good lighting with a mediocre webcam is better than a nice camera and bad lighting. So, yeah, focus on lights first using, a webcam like the C920 or something like that, which is a Logitech. It's like $100. You could use an old iPhone as a webcam as well. That's always an option. Right? Like, technically, smartphones have way better cameras than you're going to get in a webcam in many cases anyway. So consider that. You pretty much don't want to upgrade your camera to anything until you can afford like $2,000. Everything else in the middle is less worth it. It's gonna be tougher. Yeah. Like a Stream Deck is a really nice tool. That's what I use to like switch to this scene. Right? So have some hotkeys so you can switch between various screens. So, if you have to look at like secrets or something. And then one more bit of advice is make sure you're chatting with people. Be responsive. People aren't here just to like watch someone code. They're here to chat. They're here for community, right? They're here for the social aspect of it. If they didn't want to interact with the live stream, they could just watch a YouTube video. And that's fine. Yeah, that totally works. There's like Stream Deck software you can put on an old phone. That totally works too. Yeah, you can do it with auto hotkey. You can do it with all sorts of stuff, man. It's just really like, what do you have time to do? Where do I host? It depends on what I'm hosting. This project, we haven't decided yet. We could just use something like Hetzner or whatever, and it's not a big deal. Right? The back end would just be the Elixir, and that would be hosted on Hetzner or whatever, right? Anywhere VPS. I don't have any particular preference for that stuff at the moment. And then the front end would just be, CDN static assets. So yeah, CloudFront, Cloudflare, wherever. I'll probably do AWS still. I think right now I'm using Render. So I don't need to switch to AWS at the moment. Looks like I'm not doing it through Render. I'm not doing it through Vercel. Yeah, I don't remember where we're hosting this right now because it is there, right? I don't remember where we're hosting this though. And technically, login register doesn't work. We need to hide that. I need to feature flag it or something. Yes, this is Vexilla. Oh, no. It is on render. It's in a different account. That's right. So, yeah, I might stick with render for now because it's just front end assets. It doesn't matter that much. And they're totally free. So, why not? Yeah, this the dashboard is a Vite React project. The marketing site that you just saw is an Astro project. But I believe app.messijo.com does load. Yeah, for sure. How do I track all these payments? I'm not paying render for anything, so we're good. More specifically, I have email addresses that invoices go to. And that's one easy place. But I don't have very many recurring expenses. The only recurring expense I kind of have right now is StreamParrot. Right, like my chat overlay. That's hosted on AWS on an EC2, and like way too beefy of an EC2, but it's just too much work, and I'll just keep it running. For front end stuff, it's free, so I don't care about that cost. That doesn't matter. I do need to start like documenting this for things that matter. All right, let me get another album going. Yeah, so we want the user to pick the team. All right, so redirect URL cannot contain an anchor. It must match or be a subdirectory, which I think then is fine. Ooh, it can't contain a port. Hmm. Hmm. So hold on. We should be able to send like state values with it. So I'm looking for like the reference now. And hold on, what's the developer program? Nah, so I don't care about that. So we'll be using the web API. Yeah, I just wish they had more of an OAuth like specification. I guess we could just look at the actual spec. How much should you spend on a streaming rig? Um, you don't need to spend much, right? As far as a GPU goes, you only need something in the NVIDIA 2000 series or later. Like a 2050 or a 2060 would totally do you fine. Because what you're looking for there is not the power of the GPU, you're looking for the hardware encoder, right? Like the HVENC encoder. That allows you to offload that to the chip rather than your CPU doing the encoding. NVENC, not HVENC. Sorry. Yeah. NVENC. Thank you. And the 2000 series has the version 2.0 of that chip. If you have something in the 1000 series or older, it's likely the version 1. I think you could get away for cheaper, but like looking at 700 is probably the right move. You can probably find pre-builts for cheaper than that. And they don't have to be a badass machine. Yeah, let me look real quick. So this has a 3060 in it. It was just what was cheap at the time. 32 gigs of RAM, Intel i5 12400. So nothing crazy. I would say don't worry about it. Has someone used Take the Beanie Off? Yeah, it used to be only 40K and it went up by 10K every time. So it's happened at least 10 times, and then some days it's just too hot for a beanie. If you watch every day, you might catch one. But yeah, so here's what I would get at, Vikran. You could try it right now, right? Like, don't spend any money until you actually enjoy streaming. I bet you could make it work, right? With OBS on the same machine. Depends on how old your MacBook is, but you could probably make it work just fine. And then if you get hooked, start getting subs, yeah, the money you get from that can eventually pay for a new machine and all that. Yeah, my biggest point is try to spend as little as possible. No, so here's the point, Nathan. I wouldn't get a 1060. A 2060 would be like the bare minimum, because you want the version 2.0 of the NVIDIA encoder. It's just that much better. All right, just double check in. Okay, so, basically 4 o'clock on a Saturday. I think we could hop into a whiskey. You know. You know. Don't you know? And yeah, I think we got gaming tonight. I believe it's the 20 series and after, Nathan. I specifically upgraded for that reason. So you're saying you have 6th gen? Um, Let me zoom out a bit. Yeah, I thought it was just called 2.0, but I could be way off on that. Like, what are the code names? Yeah, okay, so this is news to me. Oh, so it looks like the 16 series had it. Yeah. So basically, you're saying you do have 6th gen? I thought that was in the 10 series. Or sorry, like I thought you would be on the like in the 10 series you'd be on like the 4th or 5th. I'm actually really curious about this because I may have had this wrong for a long time. We can double check it. Damn, they got so many GPUs. Like, holy shit, dude. All right, so then, yeah, here we go. Now we're getting towards the 980s. They got the code names, so then the GM stuff. So GM was the 9 series. GP is then the 10 series, I believe. The Pascal architecture, which is 4th gen. Like, are you sure, dude? Because I'm pretty sure you're on 4th gen, not 6th. The 10 series is the Pascal, which is 4th gen. So then when you get into the 16, which is the Turing architecture, that's when you get into 5th and 6th gen. So it looks like 1650 is the first ones that started with 6th gen. And this is the one you want. So I would say double check that, Nathan. From what I'm seeing, that's not the case. This was the first time that the Turing went. GP106? Right here. No, it says 4th gen. Like, where are you reading that? So yeah, 20 series is still Turing. And then you get into Ampere with the 30 series, which I believe is the GA, right? Yeah, so that would be 7th gen with the GA. So yeah, I've got, I guess, a 7th gen versus 6th gen would be the 2 series, right? Or the 20 series. That's where you get AV1 support for decoding only. If you wanted to ship AV1, well, then you would need 8th gen or greater. And 8th gen is the 40 series or greater. So yeah, if you need AV1 support, which none of the providers support right now anyway, it's not a big deal. So yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's all right here. You can check, Nathan. But from everything I've seen, I don't think you're correct. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And the difference there isn't going to be that big a deal, you know? It could be cheap enough just to go for a 10 series. It's not going to be the end of the world. You know, you're still supporting 8192 by 8192 as a maximum. The 100 sucks, but the rest, yeah, looks totally fine. You don't need AV1 support, so that's not a big deal. B-frames are really nice. I think a lot of the providers really like B-frames, but I can't remember for sure. So you can get by with most of the 10 series, right? 1060 would be fine. If you're willing to bump it up to a 20 or 30, then, you know, it can be a little bit better. But it's not that much better. I think it's just some, like, very slight improvements. I seem to remember, right, when we go from Pascal to either of these, that, yeah, like, you can do 8K encoding at 30 frames a second. You can do B frames. And, yeah, the bitrate savings, that was something that I was concerned with. Because I do heavily compress, right? I think I'm targeting a bitrate of, like 2,000 or something like that, or 2,800. Whereas, like, a bunch of other streamers upload at, like, you know, 10K, like, bitrate. I don't think it impacts the quality here that much, but I don't know. You're going to sign off? Yeah, no worries there, Vikrant. I think they were good questions, and I appreciated going down this rabbit hole just to be sure. I wanted to verify a thing that I've been saying, so yeah, glad we verified it. It looks like you could use a 16 series. So yeah, I don't know. I would at least recommend going to this series or newer, but going to this one probably doesn't matter as much. Yeah, it's basically the same NVE and C generation engine as Turing. It has support for AV1 decoding. That's about it. And yeah, AV1 is not something you need yet, so not a big deal. And really, like a 10 series chip would be just fine. You just don't want to go older than 4th gen. Makes sense. Yeah, I think it's tricky because then you run into a lot of the same problems having your game machine be the same as your stream machine. I don't know if you follow Pirate Software, but he has that problem, or at least had that problem for a while, where he had a really, really, really beefy single machine setup. But then when he was getting crashes, it was taking down his stream while he was playing like PoE2 and a bunch of that stuff. So a game crashing your system will take your entire like stream offline if you have it all in one versus you get those separated. Something to throw out there. Not a big deal. Just something to consider. Yeah, 1 second. Hold on, Nathan. Okay, yeah, you're already a regular. Feel free to share. Oh, you're not planning to stream gaming? Okay, then perfect. So you're saying here in the specs, maybe? Oh, was that it? Was I zoomed in too much? It does say Gen 6. Yeah, I would just... I guess here's the thing. Yeah, like, do we trust this page or do we trust this page? Sorry, this page. The Wikipedia looks wrong. Yeah, the Wikipedia actually looks wrong. Yeah, the Wikipedia looks wrong. Yeah, no worries, Vikran. Yep, have a good one. So yeah, Badman. What's the deal? Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I don't know. This is trickier. I mean, GPT's just scraping this data anyway. Like, dude, I wouldn't necessarily trust GPT any better. All right, so the 50 series is the Blackwell. Ooh, okay. So that makes sense. I mean, they're still updating it. And it has the ability to go and search for stuff too. But yeah, like, it's still just going to aggregate the same data that we just aggregated. So it's not a big deal. But yeah, interesting. So yeah, I just wanted to double check that. According to NVIDIA's stuff, it is 6th gen. So yeah, that's cool. Hmm. Yeah, I'd say a 10 series card is more than enough. A 1060 will get you there. I got this old 1080. I could just give to someone. Oh, yeah, like, you don't even know the half of it. Hold on. Yeah, Nathan, have you not seen this? It's the EVGA hybrid. So it's a legend because it's not just a 1080, it's an EVGA 1080. Okay, you did see it. All right, just double check. Yeah, that card's just a beast. It's awesome. I just ran into like the Indiana Jones game and Doom Dark Ages wouldn't work because they need the ray tracing. I guess. So yeah, I upgraded to a 5070. But yeah, so back to this part. I guess let's load up this. You've had so many GPUs over the years? Yeah, I haven't had that many actually. So hold on. OAuth to state parameter length. Oh, and someone asked if I've used Auth0 before. Damn, that was a while back. I have once. I forget which project. That was for like a client thing. I've also used Cognito, which is like AWS's Auth0. I have not used Clerk yet. I have not used any of the other providers like Fusion Auth, etc. In general, I find the OAuth flow pretty straightforward these days, and I don't see a need. I don't see a need for outsourcing that. It's a couple endpoints. It's a bit of configuration of like your redirect URIs, and then you're done. Like it's really straightforward. So I do want to send a value over the OAuth 2.0 state. And that state would be the notification ID that we care about. So yeah, we got to start thinking about how we do that part. All right, so what we'll do then is we'll start implementing some paths. Hold on. So we see incoming webhooks, and this is the configuration stuff. What about outgoing webhooks? No, that's just events. Event subscriptions. Here we go. Okay. Yep. Ooh, and yeah, so the way they do this, right? App uninstalled. Yes, we want to listen for that. Right, so I would need to do this part. Okay. So yeah, we can at least handle if a user uninstalls the app from inside of Slack. Yeah, so we'll have to make sure that works. Okay. Yeah, this is all starting to fit together. The API seems really nice, actually. So now I'm just curious, like, is there a limit to how many webhooks we can have? All right. Yeah. Just thinking out loud. Let's continue building what we need to build then. So, yes, here in routes, we've got the notifications page. We're going to create a notifications folder. And in here, this is going to be Slack redirect. Yeah, no, it is export. All right, so we'll say that's the page. We'll log out the search params. We'll add the page to our router. Oh. Oh, right. We have import sorting, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Yeah, so we'll call that good. I'm actually going to copy all of that because the styling is going to be pretty similar. Right, Slack connected. right? So then we'll put this user on a page where we show a widget that is letting them know as we connect things. This is going to go completely away. And yeah, invite code, org ID, we don't control any of those. Selected org, we don't care about. We do care about loading and has error. We do care about search params. These are going to go away. All right, so what we want to do is we want to start testing that flow. Where do the redirect URIs go? Here in OAuth. That's it. I wish they didn't show all of that stuff, but it's not the end of the world. All right, so now add new redirect URL. All right, so Messijo, this is actually app.messijo / notifications / Slack. Almost like it as notifications / OAuth / Slack. I assume we'll end up having to do the same flow for Discord and Teams. Anyone here ever made a Discord bot? I have not. But it's something we can deal with later. A long time ago. In a galaxy far, far away, right? Maybe it's notifications / Slack / OAuth. Just in case we want another. We'll add another too. This is where we need to use ngrok or something. Hmm. Oh, what the fuck? Cloudflare tunnel. I think I already pay for an ngrok subscription. Like, I probably shouldn't be paying for it anymore, but now that we need it, whatever. I think it's a 4K screen. I think it might actually only be a 1440p screen, but whatever, close enough. I don't know, like, I doubt that page is open source. I don't feel like putting in any more effort to figure out the right person to contact. But at least, like, you know, now they know about it. It's less about, like, how dare they, and more about, you know, hey, this is something that could be better. All right, let's actually go log in though. Oh, it gets even weirder. Oh, it gets even weirder. I think I used GitHub last time. Yeah, see, I am paying for it. Okay. Yeah. Shit. I actually think I'm opted into a much cheaper license, too. It says basic license. Nah, maybe this is it. No. No, looks like that's what I'm on. So yeah, maybe I got into this when it was way cheaper. Whoa! 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 No! 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 Yeah, they don't have a basic tier anymore. Looks to me like they migrated me to the pro tier from basic. Well, that's cool. Okay, so now let's look at some of this other stuff. How do I set up domains? Gouda.ngrok.io. I like cheese. I'm already paying for it, so whatever. And at $60 a year, that's pretty solid. I might just stick with my grandfathered plan. And you know what? Yeah, we'll just do the Gouda.ngrok.io. Now, hold on. Let me double check this. What's the right way to install ngrok these days? Just brew install ngrok? All right. Well, hold on. Now we need to delete that token. Oh, what game am I going to play today? Sorry about that, Badman. I'll be gaming with Robotic Head. All right, here we go. Reset auth token. Okay, there we go.
Talk to the hand.
And yeah, so at least now I know how to reset it. We can do it again here if we need to. No big deal. So yeah, the game with Robotic Head and I, we've been playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Or no, sorry, Divinity Original Sin, the first one, and we can always move to number 2 later. But last weekend we played Helldivers 2 because we had more people available. So yeah, if people want to join, we could play some Helldivers. We could, we could figure out another game too. We played Repo in the past as a fun one. I'm kind of burnt out on Repo. Yeah, Robotic Head streams. Yeah, he's Australian, so his hours are way different. And yeah, I haven't heard back if he's not available. Sometimes it happens. But yeah, usually he'll post a day or two in advance of if he can't make it. So I think we're good. Yeah, he's all right. It's definitely like boomer humor, but yeah, he's good. And I'm really happy on this weight loss journey. It's been probably a few weeks, but I'm down 10 pounds. Here's to another 20. If I do it right, we'll hit 160 by the end of summer, maybe. Ideally, 150, and that would be like, that'd be healthy Chris. Like, that'd be like fit Chris. I'd consider 160 healthy. But yeah, pretty pumped. 10 pounds down, 20 to go. Yeah, exactly. I do need to go get like a checkup, make sure I'm getting like all my vitamins and stuff, like do some blood work. Just to make sure I'm not like doing it the wrong way. But yeah, calories in, calories out, and I got enough fat to burn. All right, so back to the Ngrok stuff. Well, and actually, what I want to do is, since I have that one, right, this one we can just remove. That one has been rotated. Nice. They're going to leak it again, which is fine. I know, right? Yeah, yeah, for sure. So I hit like basically 190. I think I was like 189 at the peak. 190 is way too heavy for like someone of my stature. This coming Friday, we're going to have a bit of a setback because I'm going to buy some Coca-Cola. I'm going to order out some Indian food. So, yeah. 2 steps back, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Yeah, yeah, it's going to be good. You know, you got to enjoy your birthday. The problem is when your birthday lasts for a month. So we're going to avoid that. But yeah, I do need to... I'm going to have to reset this auth token. We're going to want to do static domain. But yeah, that should be fine. So let me at least install ngrok. Let me reset this again. Brew install ngrok. And yeah, exactly. Like, technically, I get butter chicken, but tomato, tomato. I'm a big fan of butter chicken. I'm going out eating tomorrow at somewhere. Let me double check. It's like a... Hold on. Let me double check it. It's an Indian Chinese fusion place. They do butter chicken. But no, I should... I don't know. I have no idea what I'm going to get there. I have no idea. It's going to be nice to, you know, hang out with some friends, and we'll see. Chicken tikka masala? Okay. It's a very British Indian curry. Yep. Yeah, I believe butter chicken was also invented in England. I've never had tikka masala, actually. Ooh, they do dumplings? Ooh. Lamb dumplings and chicken dumplings? Ooh. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm eating dumplings tonight. I don't think it'll ruin my taste for dumplings because they'll be different enough that it'll be fine. Can you tell I'm getting hungry? Yeah, I'll be doing dumplings for dinner tonight. What is a Momo? Hold on. Oh, and this is the place. This is more food from this place. Oh, what is that? Oh, what is that? I don't know. I'll let the friends like decide what they order, but hold on. What is that? It's not a noodle dish. I'm going to say is that an Indian food thing? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I wish they said. Oh, I wish they said. But okay. Anyway, back to coding. Homebrew was successfully installed, or sorry, ngrok was successfully installed. Okay, so then we don't need to get all of that going at the moment. Just head into here. Oh, that might be the pan-fried chili fish. I don't know. Yeah, man. Hopefully they have pictures in their menus. Okay, so let me do this part. I do need to configure an ngrok file. All right, so I clear that. All right, so the rest of this should be good. I should be able to show all this. I cleared. Let me copy a random thing. And yeah, how you doing, Intel X Access? Is that like more of like a security researcher kind of name versus like Intel, like the CPU thing? So it's more like intelligence, right? Like research and then access or whatever. I don't know. I like the name though. Yeah, it's a cool name. All right, so what I want to do then is we want to get a second thing. So we can do pnpm dev. That looks like some spam. That looks like some major spam. It's just a delete right now, but yeah, account created 20 minutes ago. You got like 30 seconds to apologize or speak up for yourself. You seem like a spammer, though. It's not a ban yet, but it can be. And it'll go along with the report, too. And what's up, Amir? How you doing? Mr. Sirs. God, I love streaming. I appreciate y'all hanging out as we just build stuff. This is just so much fun. Yeah, this is just so much fun. If I could be snowboarding right now, I would be. If I could bring y'all along with me snowboarding, that'd be even better. This is a very close third. Or second, or whatever. You're in a whatever mood. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it because of anything, or is it just you kind of woke up that way? Like, did you have a weird dream that put you in this mood? Because I've had that happen for sure. I know, right? Like a dream that just makes you like, just gives you that like malaise, you know? Yeah, I've had a few of those. Like within the past month or two. It can be annoying, for sure. So you realize that people close to you could be exhausted by your default mood? How would you describe your default mood? Like, are you over enthusiastic or something? You're a bit grating? Okay. I mean, grating, it's like a catch-all. What about it, you know? And if you don't want to talk about it, I get it. Like, no stress. You know, I want this to be a place where we can chat a little bit about this. If I was in the middle of a bug right now, I'd push back, but yeah, no, man. Like, let's chat. Oh, actually, that was the wrong button. We can stop restricting, and I just want to report. And actually, hold on, we're going to ban as well that spammer that we just got. And then, yeah, let's report them too. And yeah, I'm in no way trying to stop your comment. I'm just doing something very quick and easy while maybe we chat through it if you want. And if not, I don't mind that either. As someone who can be grating, I totally get it. It's something I've had to work on like all my life. Like for a long time, I was the kind of person that like gave my friends shit. I don't do that anymore. Because I don't enjoy interacting with people that give people shit all the time, right? Like, no, I'd rather just be the friend that's cool and fun to hang out with. And yeah, we can make jokes and have shenanigans, but none of those jokes or shenanigans should come at someone's expense, you know? Like, I don't keep friends around that do that, so why would I exhibit that same behavior? Shit talking is not actually a proper friend behavior to me, right? Honest criticism is, but it shouldn't feel like shit talking, you know? Like, when I say something to someone, if it's critical, they should recognize that, you know? Like, they should know that I'm being critical because I care, right? No, like, there's some people that do the shit talking thing really well, right? Like, as a group, like the banter of it, right? But it's something that everyone needs to opt into. So if you ever watch the show The League, you know, like they banter between like the three main guys. And then there's Andre who gets the shit end of the stick. Like if I was Andre, why would I still hang out with these people? There's absolutely nothing that would keep me hanging out with them. Right? And in the same regard, like I don't want to push someone away in that same way. So there are times where the shit talking works. Right? Like in that show, the three main characters, right? Kevin, Pete, and Ruxin. They have this banter amongst each other that works because they're all like constantly giving and taking. But then there's Andre who just takes, you know? Like, why would he keep hanging out with them? He shouldn't. And in general, like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people do the banter thing that well. It's really tough, actually. So, okay. It's related to what I propose. Usually happy-go-lucky, taking it from there. It's not you don't want to talk about it, but you realize that sometimes certain assumptions are made about you always being happy that suddenly when you're upset, it's like, whoa, whoa, buddy. Okay, I mean, I don't see that as being grating. I've said this to someone before when I was in a bad mood. But it's because I was in a bad mood. Not because of them, right? Like I've totally told someone like, damn, how are you always happy all the time? Because I was unhappy at the moment. That wasn't a them problem. That was a me problem. And I still regret it. I still feel really bad about it. I hope they didn't change because of that one bad statement I made. I haven't chatted with them in 20 years, so who knows? But it's something I still do regret, you know? Because words have impact. I've been in a bad mood, and I made someone else feel bad about being in a good mood. That's just shitty. That was on me. Now, is there something that they could have done? Like, oh man, what's wrong? What's going on? You want to talk about it? Then bam. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to describe. I have a somewhat intense personality. When I'm really stoked, man, I can't stop talking and I can't stop smiling and I'm just, ah. When I'm in a bad mood, oh man, everything sucks. No, 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 no. Do not mask the happiness. In some ways, you should maybe mask the sadness a little bit, but that doesn't mean you can't experience it. It just means, does it have to be as harsh as you're treating it internally? And if you don't have friends that want to talk to you when you're in those bad moods, well, I mean, that's kind of on them. And again, this isn't like, oh, this is absolutely the way to think about it. I'm just thinking out loud. This is really where like therapy and those things matter a lot. As long as you're thinking about these things, you're better off than someone who ignores it, right? So the fact that you're thinking about it is really cool of you. No, when I was saying like mask the sadness, it's more like don't let it control you. You can have an off day, but don't take it out on other people. Right? Just because you're having a bad day, don't necessarily bring them down. But it should be totally okay to talk about things that bother you, right? I am very much a person that lashes out from time to time. See, I'm not saying don't be unhappy, but don't make that unhappiness contagious. Yeah, yeah, no, no. And like, I think I lash out sometimes just to see if people care, which is also just super toxic. You shouldn't do it. But if you lash out and no one reaches out, that means something, right? I don't know. It's really toxic the way I lash out, and I'm trying to not be that person. Like, dude, I'm sure BG from Alt F4 Stream has been a target of it at some point. I'm sure Atoda has. I'm sure James and Wormbane have. I'm pretty sure I've even lashed out at Robotichead at some point, you know? Probably not as harsh as I've lashed out towards the others at some points, but something I gotta work on. There's definitely value to it, right? The people that you lash out at, does it burn the bridge, or do you reach an understanding? And if it burns the bridge, well, they might not have cared enough anyway. But it depends on how harshly you lash out. And it's a toxic way. Like, I'm not saying I do it on purpose. It just kind of happens. Right? When my feelings get hurt, things happen, you know? But it's not healthy. It's not the right way. It's something I know about myself that I'm trying to do better. And I don't know the right way to experience that stuff. We're all figuring it out. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Everybody has slightly toxic moments. It's how you deal with those and move on that frames the context of your relationship, your friendship, your significant others, etc. Exactly, right? Like, I'm not planning on doing it. It happens. It might be image based, Amir. Yeah, sure. I would say don't worry about your image, right? Perception isn't something you can control. When you look in the mirror, you see yourself in a certain way. That doesn't mean that's how other people see you, right? Like, you can't control how people perceive you. You may focus on your flaws in the mirror. Like, oh man, my eyes aren't completely level. Like whatever. Most people don't pay attention to that shit. Right? That perception of your own personal attractiveness is different compared to other people, right? You might think you're fucking gorgeous. Post a thing online and see how that works. Right? There's like the rate me, like subreddits. Dude, if you didn't have things you were like overly subconscious about, like self-conscious about, you will. Like, oh yeah. Roast me is way worse, right? There's like the rate me, which are like a little better. Yeah, if you didn't have an insecurity, you do now. Like, yeah, for sure. That part's tougher. And then hold on. Yeah, that's not it anymore. So whatever data you got there, suspicious user, it's old school. And I got multi-factor auth, so who gives a shit? But that is also massively reportable. Yeah, all that shit's on the dark web. Intel X access. Like, duh. If they think that password's still valid, I laugh at them. But I also have multi-factor auth. Shit. The thing they tried to leak, that password isn't even secure enough to create an account on most services these days. Like, dude. So Intel X Access, you're making us realize how shitty your fucking service is because it's not even up to date, dude. Wow, you're really bad at what you do. Yeah, my bank details from 1995. Oh no. Like, I don't even remember what bank accounts I had in 1995. I've had to change my password like a dozen times since then because I keep forgetting it. Right? Or I lose it because I don't have access to the password manager on my phone or something. So I got to reset it and then I got to reset it again. Like, dude, we're like 20 passwords away from the one that they tried to dox. Like, dude, they suck. They're not even good at what they do. No one should pay for their service. Yeah, and like Amir, people do that. You can't control it. There's nothing you can do about that, right? Recognize the things that you can change and the things that you can't change, and stop caring about the things you can't change. It's a real quick and easy win, stress-wise. You can't change how people perceive you. You could be as nice or as fucking whatever as you want. Someone's still going to dislike you for it. Nobody is liked by everybody. You can't be a people pleaser. That doesn't mean be a jerk. But there's a big difference there. You can't be a people pleaser. It's not sane. It'll never work out. There will always be someone that dislikes you for a reason that you can't control, and you shouldn't even try. And that's okay. Ah, shit. All right. So we just doxed it. Now we gotta rotate a token. Okay, yeah. Copy a random thing. Modulo, what, leaking a key? Nah, we leak keys all the time. The whole point is being able to reset them, right? If you have a service where you can't reset a key, that's a broken service. And you should just never use it again. So that's like a totally different problem. It's annoying. I mean, we're done already. We just solved it. It's fixed. Problem solved. It's not a big deal. All right, so yeah, real quick. The ngrok. I don't want to do the setup and installation page again. No. And I get it. It's fine. It's really not that big a deal. There are other services where it's way more effort to reset. But it's still something that you need to be ready and able to do. Because you should actually be rotating keys on like a regular basis. So you never have like a persistent leaked problem, you know? Do we all do that? No. Hell no. But we should. And yeah, no worries, Amir. I'm glad we were able to talk about that. Hope you feel better. We don't want to dwell on it too long. We don't want to keep this conversation going because it ends up going in circles of making it worse. But hopefully this chat helped. All right, so ngrok. All right, so there's an ngrok command we want to do that is basically TLS with a URL. I think we do equals, right? Yes, equals gouda.ngrok.io. And the port is going to be 5173. Oh. Okay, no. I think we're good there. I just did that wrong. I think they still give us... And hold on, let me double check that they don't dox like an IP address or something. Looks like we're good. All right, so we see, yeah, HTTPS still works, and we're just forwarding back to that. So yeah, gouda.ngrok.io, and that should be configured here in Slack now. It's a little bit of the auth token, but I'm okay with that. So then, yeah. All right, so we got the server running. We got that running. Let's double check the app works. Server.allowed hosts in our Vite config. Can we do all? No, that doesn't look great. Okay. We'll go with email. Hold on. Now I need to look. What is the account that we're scaffolding here locally? Herker at Gorilla. That's it. John Bon Jovi is a separate app. Okay, wait, hold on. So hold on. That should be a delete statement. Let's go fix this real quick before I forget about it. And we'll end up mixing it in with a bunch of stuff. Who cares? But yeah. Okay, so this should be that. And we should be good there. Other stuff, I'd say we're fine. And then, yeah, the server is up and running, which means log in. All right, so we're able to log in. We're at gouda.ngrok.io. Real quick, let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let's pour another beverage. And how's everyone doing today? Hope you're enjoying your Saturday as much as I am. Get Kraken Support Center. Ooh, hold on. That was the wrong thing. It's all right. Doing my job. Again, another thing where we would not have known about this at all without the tool I'm building. The value of this app, of Messijo, dude, massive. Easily $20 a month. So yeah, I maybe need to like reframe what my billing tiers are. I'm seeing a lot of people do, instead of $5 a month, $8 a month. And then from 8, we can bump up to 20, and then beyond 20, maybe a 40. So yeah, like our billing tiers may need some reworking, because I think the inherent value is higher than I expected. So yeah, Drew Naylor, appreciate the post. All right, and then hold on. What's going on here? Bunch of follows. Appreciate the follows, everyone. Sure, why not? I'll follow all of y'all. Hell yeah. And Alatar, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I'm really bad at doing the follow back thing. I definitely should. I definitely should. Oh, hey, this person even streams. Oh, cool. Well, even cooler. Yeah. Shit. All right, especially if they're going to be doing some like Beam stuff. Right? What was it? Solid JS and Beam? Solid's fine, right? Beam, even better. Yeah, cool. But dude, just again, pointing out like how much value I'm seeing from this tool already just in my own job. This one we can mark as red. Sure. What are all of the red ones? So this one's not even close to accurate. We don't care about it. It's fine. Wait, is there another? Oh, hold on. That was me. Mark is red. How about the Get Kraken ones? Yep, that was me again. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. So we did get... Yeah, they did tag us, which means... Yeah, awesome. Dude, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm just seeing a lot of value from this tool we got. Yeah, mark is red. Call it good. Yeah, right? Like, man, just being able to see these messages where just in case someone forgets to tag you, just awesome. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it's perfect, but I think it gets the point across. It's like keeping a finger on the pulse. You want to make a healthcare thing so it's on your mind? Yeah, I get it. Honestly, take the logo, iterate on it. I think work a heartbeat into something else, and yeah, you got something really cool on your hands. I can't own it. Like, dude, I don't own that logo. I own nothing about it. I'll eventually have to pay someone to make a proper logo. No, I get it. Like, dude, it's just a heartbeat. Use the heartbeat. Because no one owns that. But yeah, use the idea of a heartbeat for inspiration. Like, dude, I'm not going to be upset about that. I don't give a shit. I don't own the heartbeat icon. That's just some fucking Lucide stuff. Like, I own none of that. Right? You're going to have to put in some work to make it something that's actually trademarkable, you know? That's all on you. The heartbeat? No, that's not a trademark. There's nothing I can trademark about that. Nothing. So yeah, I'm stoked. I'm excited to see what you make out of it. That'd be cool. Messijo as a waveform? Or like the M from Messijo? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, it makes sense, lithium. Like, 100%, dude. Yeah, I'm stoked to see what you make. As an eventual principal engineer, I'm really curious what you build. And when I say eventual, I mean like, dude, fast tracked. You'll be making so much money, I'll consider you as like an angel investor if I end up building a project you really like. You're going to have more money than you know what to do with as a principal engineer. Nah, you pretty much never make anything from the payout. Nah, you just vest and sell as quick as possible. Damn! But you got diluted, didn't you? Like, that's how all that works. So whatever the company raised for, right? Investors got paid out first because they had preferred stock, right? So that's supposed to make 15 mil. That's if they didn't have preferred stock. As long as investors get paid out first, right? Yeah, no, that's the tough part. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I know, dude, because that's like a level of stress that you don't want to deal with, and that's money out of your pocket if you don't win, you know? I think in general, don't treat equity as valuable until you can sell it. And if you can't sell your equity, it's worthless. Because when they finally get acquired, there's going to be all sorts of shenanigans that make your stock worthless. So yeah, that's like just a lesson for everyone out there. There are so many ways for a company to fuck you if they're not like something that you can sell your equity in, right? So if you're making stock from a company like Amazon or Meta or whatever that's public, well, yeah, once that shit vests, sell it. Get rid of it. Just fucking sell it. Unless you really, really, really believe in the company or believe in its value as a stock. In general, sell any equity you get as quick as you possibly can. Yeah, I think that's the dream, Lithium. Build a business that does something. Yeah, it doesn't count as actual money until you've sold. Exactly, Modulo. Yeah. And hold on real quick. Kazoo, thank you for the follow. Kazoo, welcome. Yep. And yeah, California can fuck you in crazy ways with their taxes. Yeah. Washington is actually kind of screwy with how they do capital gains as well. Yeah. I've seen some venture capital people, like the guy who organizes Founders Bash, announce how screwy Washington is and why it's not a great place for like incubators like Y Combinator, etc. Just because Washington's a bit screwy. All right. So yeah. We're chilling. I don't need to get food going yet, but it's a thought. It's a concern. We haven't seen Robotic Head show up yet. He may be out there lurking right now, though. He's crafty that way. No, he's not here yet. Well, I do see some other lurkers. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, I assume we'll see Robotic Head here within the next half hour or so. How's the business going with Messijo? Congrats on it, by the way. I mean, we haven't launched it as a business yet. It's not something someone can actually sign up for and use yet. I need to turn off that login button. I need to set up some proper feature flags. But I do think it's a great idea. I keep seeing value from it as the days go on, and we're currently working on the Slack notification integration. And if we consider what I consider MVP, as we get to the top level here of Skyfunnel, which is what the old name was. It's Messijo now. Yeah, we got some email notification stuff to do. Sure. Technically, this one's in progress. These ones are not in progress yet. Yeah, a quick refactor from char n to varchar, because fuck it, why not? Based upon some stuff I saw. Slack notification support. This one's actually in progress right now. I do want to pivot to SendGrid before we go fully public. I don't think we need to do Blue Sky OAuth. Yeah, as far as like what the MVP is, ooh, like honestly, we're pretty close with a bunch of this stuff. This is the MVP. We do need to figure out the billing. So yeah, hold on. All right, set up billing via Stripe. That is the last thing we do before we fully publish and launch this thing. And then we got more work to do. What I'm thinking is we end up like, I want to dog food this from the perspective of a company that built out their own thing for this stuff and wants to pivot to what we do. So I'm going to build out the quota management and balance management bullshit of it. And then we're going to pivot to Walter. Because Walter is the moneymaker. Walter is like the potential unicorn, I think. This app is probably going to cap out at around like 10 to 20K per month. I think it could go bigger, but if we think about 20K at, let's say, $20 a month average, that's 1,000 customers paying actual money, you know? That's going to be a lot tougher, right? But it's actually, like, doable, you know? Walter is the thing that manages, like, credits as a service. It's like a... Just imagine if you're, like, a game maker, right? You have some, like, bullshit coins you want to use for cosmetics. Someone spends $20 to get X amount of coins. How do you maintain that balance, and what infrastructure do you have to set up to do that? And Walter can do that for you, right? Versus like building that same infrastructure into every single game you build. So that's just one use case, but the idea is just simply having a third party manage balances and virtual currency for you. We don't have it in a way that you can sign up and use it right now, but it's at getwalter.com. The docs might help you a bit, but they're a bit out of date. It's a thing I've been building that I need to actually work on more. And it is the reason I'm building Messijo. I think Messijo has major value, right? But Messijo's main value to me is not just the, I don't know, maybe 10 grand I could make a month from it. It's actually in dog fooding this thing that I think could become a unicorn. I think Messijo has huge value too. No, there's nobody using Messijo or using Walter or Messijo in production yet. Neither of these are actually public and usable. My goal is to get Messijo out there and usable first, and then eventually we pivot back to Walter to do the rename because Walter is a placeholder name. And 10 to 20K a month is huge. Yeah. Like, I get that. No. I think that's like the peak of what I could build it to, though. Like, I don't think Messijo is a Y Combinator applicable business. I think Walter is. Like, I think Walter is something I could apply to any accelerator. If I have enough, like, customers and product market fit, we're fucking good, man. We're fucking good. Especially because A16Z really prioritizes, like, game dev type shit. And I think Messijo is especially, or not Messijo, sorry, Walter is especially good for game devs because they're not back-end developers, right? For them to build and operate a service that does this shit, like, no, man, that's not their bread and butter. But Walter is actually more agnostic than just game devs. It's any payment provider. I don't give a shit. We don't touch your payment provider. You just send us requests that do a thing, and we manage the credits for you, which means our potential customers are anyone that does a credit-based billing system. I get it, Nathan. Like, dude, yeah, the enterprise level is something I haven't thought nearly enough about, right? Like, someone who wants to track hundreds of keywords and how they get notified and how they track that stuff, that's totally a thing. And, like, sentiment analysis and, like, all that shit. Like, oh, absolutely. But I'm not even thinking beyond that. So, yeah, maybe Messijo grows bigger than I ever thought it would, and that's a nice problem to have. But I think with minimal effort, we could turn Messijo into a 10 to 20K per month application. At which point, like, dude, we're fucking killing it. Maybe via Sanctus, but I'm not gonna bank anything on it. I'm just gonna keep building the product. If I can get 10K a month, oh my God, all my bills are settled, you know? And then I can keep building other shit too. If I can get to the 10K a month, I don't need to have a job anymore. That'd be huge. Like, all my bills would be settled. I'd be making enough to invest still. Like, oh my God, at 10K a month, that's fuck you money. It's not like I never have to work again. I still got to build shit. But if I can get to 10K a month, I don't need to have a job anymore. I can start streaming at 9 or 10 a.m. again. Would I continue to have a job because money is money? Well, yeah, sure. Why not? Having a job is like having a fucking 10 to 20K a year, like a month business. Well, if I could have two 10 to 20K a month businesses, then we're good. You know? Like, fuck yeah, why wouldn't I do that? So I might still maintain a job if I can keep maintaining Messijo. But if I get Walter accepted to an accelerator, then I got to quit my job. And if I'm still collecting Messijo money while doing that, then, ooh, we're good to go. So yeah, I want to get enough like indie hacker style things going that I can legitimately apply to Y Combinator or any of these like incubators. Because I think there's still value in the accelerators, still value in getting VC funding for a thing that could grow faster, you know? Ooh, hold on. So I do need to go pour some more water. Give me just a second. I poured another beverage, obviously. We still don't see Robotic Head, so I don't have to finish yet. But yeah, we'll probably play some games with Robotic Head later tonight if he shows up. Big if. But in the meantime, yeah, let me go pour some more water. I'm getting a little like flushed in the cheeks too. That's a little disconcerting. Okay. And I'm back. And right, like, let's just all keep in mind, Messijo isn't even the best idea I have. Walter isn't even the best idea I have. I think I got so many ideas that if I can make enough from some of them, I can fund working on the others. Or I can justify not having a job to focus even more hours per day building them. So yeah, like, I consider all of these like side projects a means to an end of just doing my own thing. Because isn't that the dream? I'm pretty sure that's the dream. Oh, wait, hold on. We actually had an ad billing. Shit. Okay, hold on. Let me delete this one. How do you actually delete? Oh, delete. Ooh, Frozone. I don't know if the Frost. You have ideas all the time. You need to create a Trello board in which you track those ideas. Like, some of these go deep. Right? You have ideas all the time, but you're fucking up. You're not putting them somewhere. So they die on the vine, basically, because they're not recorded for later. The number one mistake you're probably making is you're being critical during the phase of brainstorming. Those two, like, there should not be any critical thought during the brainstorming phase. All ideas are valid. All ideas are valuable. And then you simply sort and filter the ideas by how long would it take you? How much effort do you got to put in? How well do you know the domain, right? How much money could it possibly make? Do you have the technology? Like, do you have the wherewithal or knowledge to build it? And some of these problems, some of these questions actually get answered over time as you get better at what you do. So could you build a multi-user marketplace where they exchange values and things like your own fucking eBay? Could you build your own eBay right now? Maybe not. I don't know you specifically. But it doesn't mean you won't ever be able to do it, right? But if you don't put the idea somewhere, it's gone forever. Because you can only maintain 10 good ideas. 10 ideas in general, they're not even good, in your head at any given moment. So offload the ones that you don't need to maintain so that you can keep thinking of new ones, right? Put them in a list. I've got one that's not in my list because I'll never be able to forget it because it hits so close to home. Which I'm not going to say right now because I just think it's too good of an idea. But I've had this same idea for years. And I never need to ignore that one because all the other ones that are bullshit I can just throw into my list. But this one that I need... Ooh, I need that one. So, like, I'll never be able to forget it. So I don't need to write that one down. But yeah, no worries there, Frost. I think, in general, all ideas get written down. And then later, you take a critical eye to them of, can I do it now? How much time would it take? Does it require any, like, initial investment? Right? Hardware is one of those things where, like, it's great to have a hardware idea, but it's the hardest thing to fund, and you shouldn't fund it from your own pocket. So yeah, I believe in you, but you got to start writing your ideas down. Whether it's in Trello or Notion or whatever, I don't give a shit. I don't own Trello stock. No, do whatever you want, man. But put it somewhere. And then you have it. I don't actually believe anyone when they say they don't have ideas. You have ideas all the time. And I'm just reiterating for everyone else catching up. You have ideas all the time. Put them somewhere or they're gone. Stephen King definitely proposed the idea that you can only maintain so many ideas in working memory at any given time. I don't think he said 10. I forget the number he said, but he has written about how you can't maintain multiple stories in your head beyond a certain number. So it's very similar, right? Startups versus novels. They still require this entire world building and flushing out the idea, right? Or fleshing out the idea, depending on how you look at the term. They're both creative. And you only have so much room in your head for these bigger ideas. So yeah, I love chatting about this stuff. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for giving me a chance to rant a little bit. Rant? I haven't even begun to rant yet. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. This is my favorite part of streaming. Just the more I talk about some of these things, the better I get at them. So this isn't a one-sided thing of me just passing on what I say. By saying it, I cement the ideas more. All right, so let's continue doing what we're doing. Yeah. Hold on, let me check on a couple things. Dark matter. You have many ideas, but you need to find the next one that you're willing to do until it's good, which is not easy, but you found one before. Yeah, absolutely. But if it's in a list, you can always go back and look at the list. You can sort the one that you like to the top, and the one that oh, that was meh. Don't delete it, but just shift it down. And then all of a sudden, you've got this list of stuff you could do. I think there's a lot of value to that. I think there is a lot of value to just not throwing any ideas away. Every idea is a good idea. What you're looking for are the great ideas. And that's a separate thing, right? And that's a matter of sorting and filtering. So the way I have my Trello board set up, I have them into categories. What you could do instead is put them into categories of, I know how to do this, right? Or you could use tags or all sorts of other things. And then there's another category of maybe like, I know how and I think it could make a lot of money, right? And then there's maybe like, I know how and it's like a really easy effort and it could make a little bit of money, right? You decide how you like categorize your ideas, but you have to record them first, you know? If they aren't in the list, you can't sort and filter them better. And I don't believe in the idea that someone doesn't have ideas to build stuff. You have ideas all the time. Everyone here has ideas all the time. That idea might simply be like, man, this one part of this one application I use sucks. That's an idea for a business. Solve that one problem. You're probably not the only person that has that problem, but you need to maybe do some product market fit and see how many other people have that problem. But don't throw the idea away before you've given it time to grow. I think it's really important. And yes, is this some like YouTube video I should make? Absolutely. One thing you get stuck on is look and feel, mobile or not. I think that's the worst mistake you can make. If it solves a problem, people will put up with a bad UI. 100%. People will put up with a bad UI if it solves a problem. Just look at PeopleSoft. Look at Salesforce. Those are terrible UIs because it does too much. But people put up with it because it solves a problem. There you go. Very similar. Boom, roasted. Yeah, for sure. For sure, coffee. I get it. But yeah, like getting too hung up on the look and feel, now that's something you can always change. Find users first. If a user feels that your thing solves their problem, the UX doesn't matter as much. You can always improve it. It can always be better. But if it solves a problem, people will put up with a bad UI or a bad UX. That's actually how you know you have something, if people are putting up with a bad UX. But it still solves their problem, you're really onto something. Yeah, no worries, Frost. Yeah. It's whatever, man. I think every single person here is capable of building something that makes some money. The world is our oyster. It's just how much effort do we want to put in and all of that. Dark matter. No, like ideas are super cheap and easy. Write them down. Don't disregard it just because you can't do it yet. Nah, man, you're fucking up. Do not bring critical thought into brainstorming. When an idea presents itself, write it down. Either in a notebook, on a Trello board, wherever. I don't give a shit. I don't care how you record the idea. If you don't put it somewhere, it's gone forever. It's the most common thing, or one of the most common things I've heard here in stream. I want to build something, but I don't know what to build. You have ideas all the time, but you will never think of them in the moment where you need to think of them. That's just not how that works. Instead, you have to do this like this parallel process. You're better off. The more detail you can add to a ticket, the better. Because I have ideas in my list where I don't even remember what that means, right? Like, hold on. I don't know. No, some of these are pretty decent. Like this one, we don't even need to do because someone's done it in a better way than I could. CFP alerting tool. We've kind of done that one, actually. Change places, a threesome timer, right? With celebrity voices as purchasables. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what users I would bring into this conversation to understand if I'm solving a problem or not. And I've never been in a threesome, so I don't know if this is it. But you know what? I imagine that in a threesome, it's too easy to concentrate on one person versus the other. So, like, switch it up, you know? Right? Let's get a timer going, right? So change places. Yeah, that's a reference to the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland, but it works, doesn't it? Change places. Boom. Right? Hearing my voice say that might kill the mood, but, you know, if you got Barry White saying it, change places. Boom. Yeah, mood satisfied. My darling, I think we should change the places now. Right? Boom. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it. Hold on. We'll allow it. You've been invited to MMF threesomes in your life? You're not sad you noped out? I get it. No, that's a very specific thing. At some point, it might be nice to do an Eiffel Tower. With all consenting parties and all that. Like, no one's disrespected. But you know what? To pull an Eiffel Tower, that might be a life goal. Might not be. That's totally up to you. No, just the word threesomes. That was it. That was the only word that they, like, held back, for sure. That was the only word that was held back. We do have, like, the strictest auto mod. And I'm the one that took it there, so don't feel bad about that. That's my fault. And Rocco. Yeah, or Rocco. I forget how to pronounce that. Most people don't realize our brain almost every time is trying to make us avoid doing something. Yeah, right? But by just recording an idea, you're not saying you're going to do it. So it's really easy to just put the idea somewhere. You have not guaranteed you'll work on it by putting it in a Trello list, right? And I think that's the important thing to recognize. You're not obligating yourself to anything by just recording the idea. Yeah, your brain is putting those things in, but just keep convincing yourself that an idea is not a commitment. By writing the idea down, you give it room to grow. If you never plant the seed, it never becomes a plant, no matter what it is. Even if it's the best seed in the world. Even if it's like the most fire weed you could ever grow. If you don't plant it, you got nothing. So yeah, I think there is more to recognizing what is something that has an actual cost. And let your brain worry about things that have actual costs. Writing an idea down has no inherent cost. Absolute zero. Every idea should get written down. So yeah, no worries there, Frost. Have a good night. Appreciate you. And yeah, thanks for chilling, dude. And dude, you've been following a while. I don't remember if I even knew you were a partner back then, but yeah, congrats on the partner. Might have been a while ago. I get it. But yeah, just thank you for chilling. Right. And no, that's fine, right? But will this make money is a question that you should not be asking during brainstorming. Do not bring critical thought into brainstorming. That's the number one thing. Brainstorming is every idea has value. And then later, sort and filter by maybe how much money it could make or whatever. Sort and filter by, I don't care if it makes money, but I want it to exist. That's fine. But you don't need to be critical when the idea presents itself. The idea has value. Put it somewhere. And then be critical of it later. Don't delete it, but just shift it down. If you had all the money in the world, is it something you would enjoy building? Well, then, yeah, that goes into its own list. No money, but I really want it. Well, fuck it. Yeah, that's the thing you can do when you make all the money in the world. Or when you make enough to not give a shit. Every idea gets written down. You had a different name back then. When you started following, you come and lurk here and there. No, and I appreciate it. And yeah, no. Yeah, I noticed you've been following since 2021, man. That's peak COVID right there. August 3rd, 2021. Wow, man. Yeah, you were going stir crazy, weren't you? Yeah, no, I get it, dude. Yeah, no stress. But yeah, get some sleep. Appreciate you. We'll see you again soon. No big deal. Maybe get some sleep, get some food, do, family shit, whatever. I don't care. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yeah. I like chatting. I like hanging out. I don't have to go out and be social because I'm social here. Modulo, we don't want to rate your idea. Is it something you want to build? Is it something you want to see exist? You can do it. I believe in you. And no, it's fine. So am I. But don't let us rate your idea. Put the idea somewhere. And when you have those moments of, well, I want to work on something, what do I work on? You've got that at your disposal. You've got probably a dozen other things, and you can choose. Don't let us tell you what's valuable. Decide value yourself, man. I know a bunch of people that love OCaml that would probably be stoked on it. If you were going to do it, you probably want to recreate OTP in doing so. Yeah, I get it. What you want to do is you want to actually exactly mimic and replicate OTP. If you get OTP working in OCaml, then you're good. Yeah, fucking do it. But OTP and Beam are OTP is really the big thing, right? The VM is less relevant. If you implement OTP in any way, you've got value. But is it worth doing that more so than something else? And that's up to you. What I would say is, do you want to work at Jane Street or any of these big companies that use OCaml at a really intense way? Do you want to use building OTP on OCaml as a way to get into those companies? Then I would say, yeah, you're well on your way. That's a really good use case. But like, what is the end goal? If it's just to build a thing, the web is not, if you build it, they will come. You wouldn't mind working at Jane Street. Well, then there you go. If that's something that you would enjoy doing, then there you have like an end goal in mind, because there's no profitability to building OTP on OCaml unless you find some other way of realizing that value. And that could be getting a job at Jane Street. I'm not saying it'll get you the job at Jane Street, but you know what? It could be a good foot in the door. Getting paid to talk about it? I mean, there are conferences that will pay you a stipend, which counts, right? Here's my thought. Could you end up building like OCaml, like AWS Lambda? Like in a way, someone just ships you OCaml code, you execute it in a sandboxed way? Via OTP and whatever bullshit? That could actually have some value. Yeah, exactly, dude. I'm saying, like, there are business ways to make this a thing. I'm not saying they're, like, the way to do it, because the OCaml user base is pretty small still. But Dylan Mulroy would be a fan. If you're a fan of Dylan Mulroy, having Dylan Mulroy be a fan of something you made is really fucking cool, isn't it? Oh, hold on. I just spilled some whiskey. So yeah, man, like, I don't know. You have ideas, you should use them. I get it. Whether this is the idea, don't get too hung up on it, because you have other ideas too, and then sort and filter based upon the value that you want to put towards it. If it's just building something that solves a lot of people's problems, but it's open source and there's no money behind it, your ability to value that is more important than what other people would value it at, right? And that's the whole magic of it. No one here has had a 100% unique idea. Just statistically, someone else in the world has had that idea. The only thing that separates you from them is, do they have the opportunity, the time, etc. And then like there's so much more that goes beyond that as like the ideas fork and branch. And that's fine, right? The overlap works. I'm just pointing out, like, there's basically no such thing as a unique idea. Statistically, someone else has had that idea, but they couldn't do it. For various reasons. If it's something you could do, and you believe in it, and you think it could work, and or be profitable or usable or like any criteria you care about, you can build it. You can do it. Don't worry about if someone else had the idea. If someone else built a business that makes some money, that's fine. Right? Like, dude, someone else could have already built the exact thing that you're trying to build. That doesn't mean you shouldn't build it. What it means is they've proven out that the idea is worth something to someone. Could you take it further? More so than they ever have. And I know for a fact we had some idea. Oh, monitoring a diff of pages, right? Like, as a page changes, you know, could we pull that page on an interval for a user and then notify them when the page actually changes? Well, yeah, totally, man. Fuck it. That's easy. Oh, is it a unique idea? Has no one ever done it? No, someone's done it. You know what they did? They proved out that the idea has value. Are they maintaining it enough? Are they building like the better experience? No. Just because an idea exists and has been implemented doesn't mean they did it right. It's like saying, why should Sentry have done their thing when New Relic existed? Why should Datadog create a business when New Relic was already there? No, New Relic just proved the idea of the business. And these other things can jump in and take market share. Why make Facebook when there's MySpace already? Yeah, totally, right? Is Tom an idiot? No, Tom's a fucking genius. But he just didn't want to become the Zuck, you know? So yeah, exactly, Perpsker. Appreciate you. Good point. Russ Hanneman had the idea for radio on the internet. Does that mean Spotify should stop doing what they're doing? Hell no. Hell no. Russ just cares about a car where the doors go like this. Not like this, not like this, like this. Yeah, no worries, Rocco. Yeah. We have a good community. It's a little slower over there, but we do chat. We're chill. We hang out. We support each other. And if you're ever wondering, like, oh, how do I get notifications when I go live? Yeah, Twitch kind of sucks at the notification thing. I post in the announcements channel every single time I go live. And that's a way that you can, like, set up a notification for when I post to that channel. If you want to get, like, the actual notification of when I go live. Because I'm not going to tag everyone. It doesn't feel right to me. Prime does that. And I've ignored every single, like, notification from Prime's channel because of it now. In my opinion, it's about having empathy for the people receiving this. What it takes as a content creator is to not have that empathy, I think. I just can't do it. I can't force that on myself. Like, nah, I gotta think about the viewer, the user, etc. I will tag everyone on the Discord when I'm going like way outside of my normal schedule sometimes. But even then, people should probably just subscribe to the announcements channel. All right, so hold on. Robotic Head, are you out there? We don't see Robotic Head yet. Interesting. We'll see him when we see him, but yeah, normally he would say hi by now. My guess is he's unavailable today, but he just didn't chime in about it, and that's fine. I get it. All right, let's keep doing what we're doing at least a little bit besides our ranting, because that's what I'm good at. Have I figured out how to monetize at least one of my skills? Yeah, that skill I'm monetizing is my ability to yap. I'm okay with it. I will admit, I'm getting hungry. A little bit. I'm getting kind of hungry. But let's at least build out some UI for the thing, right? For like what we need to do. If I go to notifications and I go here, and we select a type, yeah, SMS should actually be hidden because we don't have SMS yet. We should add Slack. And then how does the Slack thing end up working? So this is going to involve scaffolding out a table for notification underscore Slack. If we look at what we have here in PG admin, we've got keyword notifications, notifications email, notifications SMS. What we end up needing then is notifications Slack as its own table, which we need to create as a migration. But what values would end up living in that? And that's where we need to do some brainstorming and start building this stuff out. But let me go pee real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, so I am a little surprised. Nobody redeemed guitar playing today, even though I said today would be a good day for it. But, I think we're late enough in stream that maybe it's not a good time anymore. I would say Friday birthday stream. If people want to redeem some guitar playing, we can do it. If someone did it right now, I'd still honor it, though. Just saying, with, like, the whiskey in me, I'm going to mess up a lot. So yeah, let's at least start scaffolding a little bit of what we have to do on the front end. Oh, interesting that ngrok didn't create a config file. And what's up there? Free Dreamer's Life. Ooh, who is the dreamer? I've always loved the philosophy of what if we're all characters within someone's dream? Does that make us more or less valuable as people? If their dream is just that robust, it shouldn't change how we live anyway, right? Like, what if all of reality is actually just someone's dream? Would we know? Should we care? And I think philosophically, we shouldn't care. It doesn't matter. Whether we are a dream or not real, do we feel real? At that point, react and live as if we are real. But yes, the philosophy of who is the dreamer? We're all just a character in someone's dream. Who is the dreamer? And that becomes trickier. But in general, it shouldn't change the way you live. It doesn't matter. And it's very similar to, like, do we live in a simulation? Does it matter? It doesn't. It shouldn't change anything you do. It shouldn't change your life whatsoever. Whether we're in someone's dream or whether we're in a simulation, which are basically the same philosophical argument, we should live as if we're real. But some of y'all might wonder, like, what do I stay awake thinking about at night? Yeah, some of this stuff. Some of this stuff, for sure. It's like I used to smoke a bunch of weed or something. And those same ideas still haunt me. But I've come to a conclusion, at least for how I care about it. Like, it doesn't matter. If I'm part of someone's dream, if I'm part of a simulation, should that change how I live my life? Whether a God does or doesn't exist, should that change how I live my life? Nope. Shouldn't matter. I don't know, Oscriptor. Like, to me, the thought about what happens when we die is way less important. Like, I don't give a shit. I think it's a good way of excusing what you've done here in life. When really, like, it shouldn't be. Like, if you're going to live your life in a way that the afterlife matters a lot to you, I think you're already fucking up the life that you have. Because you don't know if it's there or not. You have faith. Having that faith doesn't change how you should live your life right now. I think it's something that people 3,000, 2,000, whatever years ago realized they could do to at least make some people be proper human beings. And some people need that fear of what happens after to actually just be a proper human being. And I feel really bad for those people because they just don't have morals. They don't have ethics. They don't have anything that they judge themselves by other than what feels good in the moment. And that is just such a hedonistic lifestyle that I can't relate to that. I can't understand it. So yeah, Salal. Yeah, I get it. Who cares? But these conversations are worth having, you know? Because some people have never had these conversations. They've never discussed this stuff. They've never gotten super baked in a fucking Toyota Tercel and chatted about it. I think some people are missing major life experiences, but, you know, we can fill in that blank for them. That includes getting super baked in a Toyota Tercel. No, and I get that, Salal. Yeah, my bad. I was missing the context of the who cares, but I think who cares is actually a relevant conversation, a relevant, like, rebuttal to any of these questions. Who cares? If you don't care, can you still be cool? Can you still be righteous? Just simply for your own sake? Because not being so will eat you up inside? So yeah, no worries there, Salal. I appreciate the comment. I know timing is tough because Twitch versus YouTube, there's like a lag. I get it. But no, I appreciate the conversation. And the entire point of streaming to me is to have these conversations instead of just like dwelling on it, you know? Oh, so you just came from Twitch. You just didn't want to listen to the music. I get it. You want to play your own music. That's the entire point of YouTube, of my YouTube streams. There's no music over there, so you can play any music you want and you can continue the conversation. Right? We can keep chatting, but you can listen to whatever you want instead of my synthwave that you've probably heard a dozen times already. I'm okay with it. My favorite part of streaming is just chatting. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Salal, I appreciate you. Like, yeah, you're proving out the thought, the theory that I had about what makes YouTube good. I need some new music albums. You're right. We played some earlier, but yeah, I just switched back to the ones that I kind of like, that I can zone out to. So here's something to recognize there, Salal. Even if it's music with lyrics, if you've heard it enough times, you can zone out to it. The albums that I play over and over are things that I can zone out to because they don't take my attention away from the problem at hand. That's my job. I take my own attention away from the problem at hand. Like what we're doing right now, ranting versus building out the code I need. It's like, I wonder if this is something other people feel. I would assume so. When you're driving to a new place for the first time, it feels like it takes way longer to get there. But if you've driven there a dozen times, it feels super quick. It's not like the time that it took to get there changed. It's your brain's consciousness latching on to every single moment or being able to zone out. And being able to zone out is a massive superpower for certain things. First time I drove to Mount Hood, it felt like it took 8 hours. Now, when I drive to Mount Hood, it feels like it takes an hour and a half. It happens that fast. because my brain's able to zone out the parts that don't matter. But when it's brand new and novel, no, every single thing is new. Like, your brain focuses on it, so it feels like it takes way longer. Ooh, you're a Timberline Meadows rider. Fuck yeah, chugging coffee. Yeah, dude, I used to snowboard Timberline from the end of April until the beginning of September. I used to ride, considering like Washington and Oregon, 150 days a year. There was at least 1 year I got to 200. Bend is a really nice town. Yeah, for sure. Dude, Bend is a solid town. Absolutely. Yeah. Big fan. My favorite beer is actually Red Chair by Deschutes Brewery. And that's named after one of the Bachelor chairs. I don't think that chair actually exists anymore, but Red Chair is still my favorite beer. I don't drink that much beer, but man, that's still my favorite beer. I think they did a really good job by making it seasonal. If they had it year-round, it would, like, lose its luster. But man, the fact that it's only available during the winter, ooh, give me some Red Chair. No, I get it. Deschutes is pretty big time. Deschutes is actually there in, like, Hood River, I believe. But they have that one beer named after the one chair at Mount Bachelor. But yeah, there's so many fucking breweries here in the Northwest. I totally get it. Yeah, for sure, chugging coffee. Yeah, no stress. I will say I am losing my steam to work on some of these features. Do we need to do it? Abso-fucking-lutely. But there's definitely enough that I can stew on and we can keep going. With no robotic head, I think it's fine. I do see, oh my god. I don't like to shout out the lurkers too much, but Matisse, dude, thank you so much for those gifted subs on Gaming Channel. I don't think I even saw them because I was heads down gaming with a crew, right? We were playing the Helldivers last Saturday, right? Yeah, I feel bad. I don't think I even recognized that until the next morning when I woke up and I was like, wait, what are all these things? What did I miss on the main channel? No, this is on the gaming channel? Oh my god. So yeah, Matisse, you're the fucking man. Like, dude, you're the best. Let me do this. Matisse is the best. He's a super good dude. Y'all should definitely give him a follow. Make sure you're hanging out. Shit, hold on. Did I spell it wrong? Your profile image, Matisse, doesn't look like you. But that's definitely you. That's definitely you. Alright, well yeah, shit. That's some AI-generated profile image, isn't it? That does not look like you. That looks like the caveman that you had take your place. Anyway, what is my gaming channel? That is gaming, that is griffing and chill. And that's where I'll be for the most part tomorrow until 6 p.m. And then at 6 p.m. tomorrow, I got to like go into the city, into like Bellevue, not Seattle, for like a meal with some friends. But yeah, tomorrow will be a co-working day. And it'll be really fun. I think so, at least. And then Monday, we jump right back in here and we keep working on this thing, and we got to make the, the Slack channel thing work. I do kind of want to let the ideas and thoughts, like, stew for the next day or two. Because, yeah, I got work to do tomorrow. I got a thing to do tomorrow night. Yeah, we got this. We got this. So, let's figure out who are we going to go raid, because I want to eat some dumplings. I'm getting hungry, man. Like, man, these dumplings need to be in my belly. So who's even streaming right now? Oh, we saw Blaze Bits earlier. He's really cool. Vexilus, CA2 Software, Roni Roland doing some Rust. Mawixie. Ooh, oh, hold on. They're playing a game. Playing some Valheim? Wait, does Valheim? Okay, no, I see. Yeah, it's third person. I get that. All right. We see Casper. We see Cool AJ. We're going to raid CA2 Software. They're doing some GPU programming C++ stuff that's really fucking cool. And they have been such a long-term supporter of this channel that, yeah, oh my God, wait. They're live for 24 hours, and I'm seeing them rub their face. Fuck it. We'll let them raid whoever they want. We're going to go raid CO2 Software. Fuck it. Why not? Yeah, dumplings in the belly. That'll definitely happen. And we'll figure out what game to play. If we don't have Robotic, I got games to play. Like, Indiana Jones is way up on the list. Oh, he's... All right, no, we're good. We're good. We're going to go raid CO2 Software. Cool. CA2, not CO2. Yeah, he's a good dude. He was watching some stream stuff. Like, dude, he lurks both my channels so much. He's just so cool. Yes, you should all follow him. We'll be over there in a sec, so yeah, no stress, no stress. He's a good dude. And then I'll be back here on this channel on Monday. I'll be on Gaming Channel here tonight, right? That's Griffing and Chill. I'll be there tomorrow. We'll watch some TV show stuff. I don't know what show we'll watch while we do it, but yeah, we'll be watching some shit tomorrow. And then I'll be co-working and doing some things. And then, we'll be back on Monday. So, yeah. I will see y'all again soon, regardless of where we see each other again. But, yeah. This dude's awesome. Badman, I do want to say, please don't spoil the raid. That's not fun. That's not cool. Right? So, don't spoil raids. But let's go say hi.